Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Let the record reflect all members are present.
Great, thank you. At this time, we have members of the public that would like to comment. If there's anyone here or online or have emailed in, they will have 3 minutes. Do we have anyone that would like to comment?
Madam Mayor, there are no members present or online for public comment.
All right, with that, we will adjourn to our closed session. All right, we'll call this session back to order. Next we have on our agenda 6A, the work study for our planning grant work study for the SB2.
HP, can you please provide an introduction for Mr. Leonard, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Before you tonight is David Leonard, who is our consultant, who has been working diligently for past approximately a year on SB2 grant. So as you know, this grant was granted or you've authorized the staff to apply for the grant. We received the grant for $310,000. And David will go through how that's broken up into different sections and what we've been doing and what we're planning on doing.
And good evening, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. See if we can get the program set up so that we're ready to begin, and we do seem to be. This grant was awarded to the city of Hemet in February of 2010 or 2020, just as COVID was breaking out. So we had a little bit of a delay on getting started, but we did get that going. The primary goal of this SB2 grant program is to streamline housing approvals and to accelerate housing production. These are mandates by the state of California that every city has to do. And we've been going through the components that are necessary to achieve that. Part of it is creating new ordinances or revising ordinances. Part of it is creating general plan amendments to be in compliance with the process. HB mentioned there are 5 components to the SB2 grant. The first one is objective design and development standards, and that's kind of the keystone to the program. The other is applying the overlay zone created by the objective design and development standards to specific properties within the city. Also doing the downtown TOD, that's transportation oriented development housing program, which is anchored by a mobility hub center for bus access. It's been before the council before. It also involves electronic plan review, which is designed to accelerate housing and development reviews. And then there's administration. The objective design and development standards are the creatures of SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, and the Housing Accountability Act, which is housed in SB 35. It bans rejection of housing proposals based on subjective grounds. For instance, under the R3 zone, which is language found in any zone in any municipality, there's provisions such as public health, safety, and welfare as grounds to reject a development, or using terms like to the greatest extent possible, or compatibility with area development. Those are subjective terms. What we had to do is come back with an ordinance to be very specific on how development projects are reviewed. The other item is it obligates the city to grant concessions for workhouse housing projects from the specific requirements of the zone that's being created. And that includes both density and design standards. For the objective design and development standards, the city retained MIG consultants to prepare the standards. They compiled them for administrative review based on plans they're doing throughout the state of California, but tailored to the unique needs and desires of the city of Hemet. We did conduct a community meeting on December 3rd, and we've engaged stakeholders, and that's a process that's continuing in the drafting of this ordinance to make sure that it's something that is not only comprehensive, but workable and feasible. And then we're in the process of finalizing those standards, and we're actually scheduling the text amendment to create the objective design and development standards overlay zone to the Planning Commission on September 21st. The second component is the North Hemet change of zone. The areas that are salmon colored are properties that are owned by the Housing Authority of Riverside County.
Madam Mayor, we're going to take a brief pause to reset the screen share so that the members of the public can also view this entire screen. So IT is going to just reset that just a few moments.
Showing what's there. Mayor, maybe we should take a recess for a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll take a few minutes of recess until we get this issue resolved. Thank you. So that needs to be shown on the screen. That needs to be shared on the screen because the public isn't seeing this.
No. Can someone just email me the presentation and I'll share it on my side? All right, Mayor, I think we're good to go.
All right, we will call this meeting back to order and continue this presentation.
Okay, for those that were listening to the presentation but unable to see it, what we've covered up until this point has been bullet points, and we were just getting started into the graphics program of this presentation, so you haven't missed too much. The area in Salmon is properties that are along State Street that are owned by the Housing Authority of Riverside. There's some pieces that are not included. The orange piece at the very top is the Housing Authority office for this region. There's a commercial center at that corner. You will recognize the mobile home park that is at the corner of Midlow and State Street. And then there's some scattered residential properties for the balance of that. But primarily it is properties owned by the Housing Authority. And this is what we call the North Hemet Change of Zone area. It has different characteristics on each block. The north, what we call the north block, is north of Menlo Avenue. It is now under the ownership of Palm Communities that acquired the property from the Housing Authority for the purpose of building workforce housing. EMWD has prepared a water supply assessments letter to this area as it lies within their jurisdiction, and they are prepared to proceed with delivery of water when a development is proposed. This area gives you a view looking at the, if you see this Superior Court, California County of, the development just south of that is an existing Palm Communities development for workforce housing that's been there for a few years. And then the building beyond that we're looking south towards Florida on this image. The building with the white top is the Housing Authority, and you can see for the most part, it's vacant land that's in the balance of the area. Also at the top of the graphic, you see an area outlined in red. That's the transportation oriented development, which we'll be getting into very shortly. The area south of Menlo Avenue, also owned by the Housing Authority. There is no development commitment at this time, and the developer needs to work out water supply issues with Lake Hemet Water District. And we are scheduling the zone change for the overlay to occur after the adoption of the ordinance creating the overlay zone. Another component to this is the Downtown Transportation Oriented Development Plan. It's a partnership between RTA and the city of Hemet. There is a memorandum of understanding that's being prepared. RTA has allocated $6 million for the design, permits, and construction of a mobility hub facility. And this was as envisioned under the mobility hub conceptual plan that came before the council some years ago. Under that conceptual plan, it was focused on just the transportation component. We've expanded that to include a residential component, which was not part of that proposal at this time. And that's why it talks about allowing the city to pursue future development of adjoining housing. The city's responsibility is to deliver the site for development. That includes the relocation of the police facility on the site. And so far, we've completed a phase 1 hazards assessment, and we've had appraisal done for the property, and a market study was just initiated. And then the city will be the lead agency for all environmental permitting and process all permit applications. There's some joint responsibilities that are envisioned between the two parties. That's to conduct an RFP, request for proposal process, to select the site developer. So this program is intended to take it all the way to a development mode, although we'll seek additional funding through additional grants to get to that point. And then we'll conduct community outreach about the project design and function as the project takes hold. This is the transportation-oriented development properties. The area in parcel 006 shows a warehouse that was an agricultural warehouse that has been removed, and that's vacant land. The police facility is the white rooftop in the dead center in the middle of the project, and we're looking at alternatives for a relocation of that facility. It could be either completely outside of the TOD area, or it could even be along a street frontage, just moved off towards to clear the center of the site. This is the conceptual plan that was derived earlier, and you can see, let's see if we have the pointer here. Yeah, what's over there? Okay. I've got to be counterintuitive. It's wants to go the other way. Anyway, the rectangle loop in the lower portion, that is the hub for bus transit that would have stalls within that area. And then there's ancillary public services for the riders as well as the parking lot. The area in lavender is an area we would like to designate for high density residential development. And that's as far as the planning process has gone, creating blobs of where that might be located. The electronic plan review was a revealing process to us. We went out to a request for proposal, and we found that the funds under the grant were far from sufficient to accomplish the goals of the project. So that's being studied to be accomplished under a different process, and to gather the funds for a larger budget allocation. The funds that are derived from the grant of $39,500 would be put towards that purpose. One of the things we were looking at when we went to an RFP was a complete startup with lots of hardware and a complete makeover. What we've learned from that process is we probably should be focusing on software to reduce the costs and looking at licenses for software products rather than building it all from scratch. Vehicle miles of travel is one of those state laws that came forward that the city needs to be in compliance with. We retain Fair and Peers to prepare vehicle miles of travel guidelines. They are doing this throughout the state of California. And one of the key components at the beginning in this is establishing screening criteria. To be honest, a VMT traffic analysis is a very onerous, costly, time-consuming effort. And so what we wanted to do was screen out projects that were urban infill, but also include those that were out along the perimeter of the city that were going to generate greater levels of impact, and to have policies that would guide us in terms of the projects that were appropriate to include in the VMT analysis. The guidelines have been drafted. They've been vetted by city staff. A general plan amendment has been initiated toward the circulation element. And what that general plan amendment does is refer to the guidelines. We don't include the guidelines in the GPA because those will be a fluid process as we learn how they work. And we don't want to have to come back through general plan amendments to make minor changes. And that is planned to come to hearing this fall. There is also a housing element update. Kimberly Horn's been retained to prepare that update. That was recently kicked off. And what this does is include the units that we're proposing within the SB2 program in order to get closer to our regional housing requirements set forth by the state. There's also an environmental review that will be done as part of the zone change and general plan amendments, and CAS Consulting has been retained to do that. We've had a kickoff meeting to initiate that. They're doing a technical memorandum to look at areas of where exemptions might be appropriate, or to evaluate the scope of the SEQA review in the proper environmental document, which we anticipate would be a mitigated negative declaration. The Planning Commission heard this presentation last month, and they had a couple of comments regarding this. One was to be mindful of the benefits of the medical center, which has an educational component, and that to include that in the market study scope so that we could look at this project perhaps fulfilling some of the needs of the medical center. And the other one was, as I just indicated, don't overreach on the electronic plan software update. Use as much of the existing system as you can. By all means, keep it compatible with the regional agencies so that it is a totally valued, useful product that we end up at the end. There's some administration required with this on a regular weekly basis. But I am pleased to report to you that all costs incurred through the year 2020 have been fully reimbursed, and all the costs incurred for this program through June the 30th this year have been billed. The sequence of events looking forward is the text amendment that is already scheduled to start the hearing process. Once that concludes, then the overlay zone to be applied to the specific properties we've identified this evening, general plan amendment for the housing update, and a general plan amendment for the circulation element update. So those are the components that will be coming forward. We also have our consultants on hand to answer questions if you have any regarding objective design and development standards. That would be Laura Stetson of MIG Consulting. Paul Herman of Fair and Peers can talk about the vehicle miles of travel guidelines if you wish. And then Kristen Morsinski of RTA is also available. She's actually on vacation and tuning into the meeting so she can follow this and participate as needed, because that's how important they feel this project is. And at that point, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions the council has.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Comments? Recommendations?
I'd appreciate a little bit more detail on the vehicle miles traveled, how that's calculated, how it factors in. Because, I'm aware that there's some potential legislation that's
It's already in.
Already in place.
it's
It's state law.
going to impact us, and so I'd just like to, some forecasting if you can.
I'm going to ask the city clerk if you have Paul on the line that, if not, then I'll address that in a general way. Paul Herman. Okay. This is actually
do not.
starting to find its way to the federal government, and might even end up in a infrastructure bill fairly soon. But that's in the form of a vehicle mile tax. This one is a modeling program that is anchored by the Western Riverside Council of Governments, that each of the member cities have access to. And what it does is address not only the trip generation, but the destination of modeling the entire trips that the vehicles would have from any development that is doing a vehicle mile analysis. That then would identify the miles driven, which converts into the effect on global climate change. And then there's a series of mitigations that enter into what you do to reduce those emissions that would be generated from that mileage of travel. The best thing is to also compare it to a level of service impact, which is what we're more familiar with. That just counts the number of cars on the road and what the effect are at intersections in terms of queuing capacity and congestion on different links. This takes it a lot further in terms of the behavior of trips that are created through a vehicle miles of travel. So it's kind of designed to stimulate urban infill and discourage expansion into outlying areas based on the cost to perform the study and the mitigations that might result. If I could add also, on the level of service, traffic reviews are going to remain, because that's how you determine consistency with the general plan. So those will, even if there's an urban infill situation where you have a number of dwelling units, the city's concerned about the impact of the local intersections and the traffic light design, those will still be in place because those get more to the hardware needed around and improvements needed around a specific project, where the vehicle miles of travel are more of a global analysis. And I think I've spent all my bullets on explaining that.
Yeah, this is one of the things that's near and dear to my heart because it is so totally contrary to reality. In that the number of housing units that we are supposed to be building, and especially for workforce housing, and yet most of our workforce, I think, the numbers came through the WRCOG VMT study that our community, our valley, has the largest number of commuters that commute the furthest distances than any other community. And we don't really have any workforce housing. Well, not housing. We don't have a lot of industry out here. It's extremely difficult to bring industry to this area because we don't have any freeways out here, and we're prohibited from expanding or building any new ones. So everything that they're trying to do for climate control and greenhouse gas control and all of that stuff is totally contrary to reality. So I don't envy your job, and I don't think you envy our job that we have to go through all of this stuff because it's, I won't say that word out loud, but it's really kind of crazy. But thank you. I appreciate this.
Offer maybe a small bit of comfort level. And you're right. This is a community, and VMT analysis is not friendly to communities at all. But what we have done is in the screening guidelines, made those expansive as the law will allow to eliminate that component from urban infill so that we can stick to what are the improvements required, needed to make the traffic function and retain consistency with the general plan and deal with it from that level.
Appreciate that very much. Those are my only comments.
All right, any other questions, comments? City attorney, city manager, nobody? All right, well, thank you very much. And we can get a copy of that, JP. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Absolutely. And I also should mention Eric Halter from Palm Communities is here in the audience if you'd like to hear from him.
Did you want to speak? If you have anything, you come up if you'd like to. You don't have to. But
I just wanted to introduce myself.
okay. Just come up here. It's okay. Otherwise, it'll mess up my recording, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as Dave mentioned, we own the Hemet Vistas project, and then we have a DDA with the Housing Authority for the site just to the south of that, and so we're working on potentially 180 unit affordable housing project, and so obviously all of this would be a substantial help in moving that project forward. So we appreciate you guys what you guys are doing. If you have any questions?
I have one more question. When we talk workforce housing, where does that fall in the scheme of things that HCD sends down as far as affordable, low income, moderate income?
So the affordable housing that Palm Communities focuses on, we do primarily 9% and 4% tax credit projects. And I think this project is geared towards 4% tax credits. And so our affordability will be based on 60% AMI or lower. I think workforce housing goes higher. I think it goes up to 120, but for us, it'll be 60% maximum. And then usually it tiers down, there's going to be some units of 50% and possibly, lower than that down to 30. So it just depends on the financing involved.
When you get into the AMI, is that based on the countywide number for income or?
Yes, yeah,
so it doesn't make any difference that the average family income in Hemet is considerably lower. That's the number of the -% negative under.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just based on the entire county. It doesn't factor in that, certain cities and certain areas may be, quite a bit different than the average. Yes.
Yeah. Because if you really look at it, most of the housing stock in Hemet is workforce. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. We're done a little early. So with that, we'll recess until 7 o'clock and our regular meeting starts. No. These are not all incumbents, right? Only the ones that say that? No. Perfect. And you're ready? All right. We're all done playing with the dog out there. We'll get to see him soon enough. Okay, let's call this regular meeting to order. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Member Brown. Here. Councilmember Krupa. Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our invocation by Mr. George Sararu from the Interfaith Council, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by the Kiwanis Club of Hemet.
Heavenly Father, Creator, the source of all knowledge, the owner of all it was, it is, and will be. We come before you to ask for a favor today. We ask that your heavenly love be evident today in this assembly. We also ask that heavenly knowledge be imparted above this assembly in a double measure. That we also ask that any spirit of disorder, any spirit of favoritism, any appearance even of impropriety be rebuked. Only the good of the city to be in their minds, in the minds of the city council. Make that your love be shown in today's decisions. Bless the members of this assembly. Bless the audience in this building. Bless this town. Bless this country. Make this country whole again. Rebuke the spirit of sickness and show the people of this world that this whole country has a double measure of your blessing. In the name of Jesus, we ask all this. Amen and amen.
Is anyone here from the Kiwanis Club to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we will have Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 11, City Attorney, would you like to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For items 4A, 4B, and 4C, we have no reportable action this evening.
Great, thank you. Next, item number 12 is communication from the public. Anyone who wishes to speak will have 3 minutes. We ask that you check in with the city clerk, and we will begin with e-comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first e-comment that we received is by Derek Barber. Derek Barber speaking on item 15D, Tres Cerritos DA amendment. He's requesting further clarification on regional drainage CFD funding. End of comment. Second e-comment that we received is by Gabriel Zapata. The item that he's talking on is resources for the homeless. Why are there no public restrooms? End of e-comment. The third e-comment that we received is by Martin Boone for item 15D. We are the homeowners of the land of that lie adjacent to the Tres Cerritos West residential project. Our land is entitled as the Tres Cerritos East Specific Plan. These developments have been linked through section 2.3 of Development Agreement 20001 for the construction of certain drainage improvements that are a prerequisite to development of our collective properties. The proposed amendment to the Tres Cerritos West Development Agreement unconditionally deletes the provision to fund 40% of the drainage improvement cost. The Riverside County Flood Control District has been funded and is presently in design and environmental review of the lines C and D of the area drainage plan. These improvements are not only necessary to facilitate the Tres Cerritos East and Tres Cerritos West projects, but also to remedy perennial local flooding problems associated with the Seattle Channel that floods residences along Costin Avenue. Bullet point number 1, no funding has been released for the construction of these improvements. Number 2, a significant gap exists between the cost of facilities and the drainage fees. Number three, the city's role is closing the funding gap by using DIF fees is under review. The removal of Tres Cerritos West participation at this sensitive time will not only compromise the progress of reaching the construction phase of these vital improvements, but would also cause damages to the remaining participating projects by compromising their economic feasibility. If the construction is not fully funded by flood control, we request that the provisions stated at section 2.3 remain in place with the caveat that it would be rendered moot once the committed line C and D financial package is in place. Thank you for your consideration of the request. Omni Financial, Martin Boone. End of e-comment. Last and final e-comment from Signal Family Hemet, signed Thomas D. Sholin. Members of the City Council, please let this letter serve as our restated opposition to the development agreement amendment as contained in the staff report and an amendment text with respect to deleting the obligation to contribute to the drainage facilities required to develop Tres Cerritos West and Tres Cerritos East, TCE. Our family is the owner of 30% of the properties contained in the Tres Cerritos East specific plan. It is a condition of that plan we construct a 50-foot wide channel from the Seattle Basin to the intersection of the Myers and Devonshire. The cost of these facilities is estimated at $4.5 million. The original DA always contemplated that the TCWE would contribute not more than 40% towards the cost of these improvements. Unfortunately, my letter of opposition was not presented by staff at the June 15, 2021 Planning Commission hearing, nor was it included in the staff report for this public hearing, but it is attached here too. It was our contention that the representatives made it in the Planning Commission staff report were erroneous and misleading, and that the RCFC and WCD district had not committed to funding or constructing the drainage improvements that were to be deleted by the DDA 20-001. My June 15th letter requested verification of the district's commitment. The city has not been able to provide that requested verification because it did not and does not exist. Since the Planning Commission's approval of the DDA, I would like to bring to the attention of the City Council the following facts. Bullet point 1, the developments downstream of the Seattle Basin were always meant to share in the important solution to the flooding in the area adjacent to the Seattle Basin. Bullet 2, the existing development agreement contemplated the Tres Cerritos West 40% sharing of the solution, and the DA was of record when the various owners acquired interest in Tres Cerritos West. In the DA, the city recommended a fair and equitable apportionment of the potential cost of the drainage facilities to be borne by Tres Cerritos West to a maximum of 40% of the total estimated costs. Bullet point 3, JMP Bixby had full knowledge that the 40% contribution was a condition of the DA. At the June 15, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, the city engineer stated that the district had authorized $4.5 million to design and construct facilities at issue. At that time, the district had not approved any funding for the improvements. In the staff report for the meeting, the planning director had opined that the formation of a CFD is satisfied by the commitment of the district to construct the drainage improvements required of the developer. The district has not committed to construct the facilities in question. On June 29, 2021, the Riverside County Board of Supervisors approved $353,000 to begin the planning and design of the facilities at issue. On July 12, 2021, members of the district verified that approved amount and verified that the little had been accomplished since a summary hydrology study was completed in 2020. The district also stated that they were delaying forward commitment until they could complete an understanding agreement with the landowners south and west of the Seattle Basin with respect to landowner financial assistance. Last bullet point, on August 3rd, 2021, the district confirmed that little progress has been since the 2020 reports, that the district has expended less than 100,000 in design studies, and that it may take several months to finalize an agreement with the landowners that might contribute to the cost of the facilities before any meaningful design work might occur. There was also a mention that the city council could fund up to 3 million of the facility cost to construct the entire drainage improvements all over the way to Florida Avenue, with the drainage related to city impact fees associated with the development of the properties south of the Seattle Basin. It is clear that the district has not approved the total funds to design the construct the facilities that would safeguard the residents living on Costin Avenue, which appears to be only consideration in the staff report for the deletion of section 3.6 in the DAA. We request that the city council revise section 2.3 of the DAA 20-001 to read, if the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District approves the financing of the regional drainage facilities as required in the Tres Cerritos East Specific Plan, section 3.6, in parentheses, financing of regional drainage facilities of the development agreement is hereby deleted in its entirety. We believe that the Planning Commission's approved amendment was not made with the true knowledge of the state of affairs with respect to the district's action to date. We believe that deletion of the 40% contribution by Tres Cerritos West to these drainage facilities removes a 1.8 million commitment from the Tres Cerritos West development and places it on the Tres Cerritos East developer. We request that the city council's strong consideration of our request. Sincerely, Thomas D. Sholin. End of e-comment.
Great, thank you. Okay, next we have, I believe in our audience, Jerry Ann Franklin.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Mayor. My name is Jerry Ann Franklin, and I'm here today representing the homeowners of the lakes at Hemet West. And today we are asking the council to give awareness to the homelessness problem that we are having. And we are asking for the consideration of implementing sweeps throughout the Hemet area and offering up support to our police officers to implement regular and consistent sweeps, which were initiated in the city of Temecula and were quite efficient in keeping the homelessness away from the local areas where the public was, and it prevented danger to people shopping and things like that. So it did sway the attacks, things that were unnecessary violence, and a lot of loitering. So that's what we're asking. We want to build a close relationship again with the city council and work together to help build relationship once again and come up with solutions for these issues. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you for coming, and I'll give you a call tomorrow, okay?
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Richard Catella. It's fine.
Hey, is this thing on?
Is the green light on? Then, and I'll, yes.
Okay, again, my name is Richard Kontla, a resident of Hemet, retired. And concerning the Hemet PD, I would like to offer up sincere appreciation and applause for a very difficult and dangerous job well done. It has been my personal experience to have them take care of a serious crime problem that was happening in my neighborhood. My neighborhood pre-COVID was an open air drug emporium, drug dealing, gang activity, but more as significant threats to the neighbors. The gangs had moved in and they made it quite plain that this was their street. And indeed, I had a couple of face-to-face encounters with armed thugs, and it almost became very personal. That's what brought me to the city council meeting for the first time ever. And it was my great honor to meet Chief Poost. I outlined what was happening on my street. And he took particular attention to what I had to say. Now, I will say this, the night that I left here, I thought, well, okay, son, you've thrown the anchor out without a rope. But quite shortly, Hemet PD rolled in with the giant Hoover cleaner into my street and did a very good job of taking all the bad actors out. And it was, ever since then, my street has been quite peaceful. So again, I would like to offer applause and appreciation to Hemet PD and to Chief Poost for his wonderful efforts at being right up there, taking care of the crime that happens in the city. He's made neighborhoods and streets safe again. Our retired citizens can now walk up and down the street and without fear of retaliation. There still persist some problems in the city that hopefully I would like to discuss with representatives of Hemet PD so that kind of develop a rapport between residents and the police. And but I really appreciate what they did. On a parting note, last note, like this evening, I was looking at how this whole defund the police thing has taken hold in many American cities. Defunding would lead to chaos and worse in the city. There is an undercurrent of bad actors that are just looking for opportunities for there to be a vacuum of police protection. And in a moment's notice, they'll come crawling out of the gutters to threaten the city and its citizens. So hopefully I can develop that rapport with the police on a personal basis and with other citizens.
Thank you. And I want to tell you, thank you for being courageous enough to stand up and to be a leader in your neighborhood and for contacting the police, because we can't be every single place, every single minute. And it takes courage for people to call and report things. And so I'm sure that your entire neighborhood is thankful.
I will not live on my knees.
And I really appreciate you coming back and giving us the feedback.
And
So
I'll
thank
you
you.
again.
All right.
Great.
We'll look forward to seeing you.
Thank you. Members of
Thank
the
you.
council.
Next, we have Marianne Darrowan.
Good evening, City Council. Every time I come to a meeting, I always am like, I'm not going to talk. And then every time I end up talking. But actually tonight, on that note, I would like to also thank our Hemet PD for showing up. I was once one of those people that didn't call, or when I saw something, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be pointed out. However, last Wednesday night, I was getting in my car, and across the street, 3 young gentlemen got out of their car, and one of them happened to drop a gun on his driveway. I heard it land. I turned around. He knew that I saw him. He knew, and I told him, I see you. I saw that. And they all just kind of stood there for a minute, put their hands on their head, picked it up, and walked in the house. Nothing. I thought at least they'd leave, right? But they didn't. So I thought, well, all right, I'm going to call non-emergency because I didn't really know. But once I said gun, 4 cars rolled up and about 8 policemen got out. And they were all there. They went up to the door. Obviously, those gentlemen didn't want to answer. And so there really wasn't anything they could do at that time. I gave them the license plate number. And for 60 years, I have never been that person to actually stand up and say, I've had enough. I was always the person to say, oh, well, maybe it'll just go away. And, you know, somebody else will say something. But I'm done. I'm really done. And so I really applaud that our Hemet police, you know what, they asked me, did you really see a gun? I said, yeah, I really saw a gun. But they showed up and they were there and they were all present. And I'd like to thank them for that. also too in my couple minutes. We know we need to do something about the homeless. And what was kind of a surprise is that the Travel Lodge is now a homeless shelter. That was a shock to me that I had to read that in a post. I didn't really know. It wasn't really posted out anywhere. Didn't really hear anything about it. With what goes on over at the Travel Lodge, what we've had in the past with a security guard getting beat up over there. Last year or 2 years ago, someone actually got shot over there. Fires over there. I'm kind of surprised that they picked that hotel out of all the hotels that we have in Hemet. We have 11 of them. This one's right across the street from Gibble Park, so we know what's going to happen there. It's next door to Denny's. Denny's pretty much we all know what's going to happen. Applebee's, I'm sorry to say, I probably won't be going there very much. I do understand the homeless problem, I really do, but I don't understand why the citizens weren't actually been able to know about that they were going to pick a place in Hemet for the shelter to go, because we do have a lot of other hotels besides one that's right in the middle of town, right across the street from a park. Thank you.
Just so you have facts on Travelodge, they're a private business that chose to accept grants from the state, and we have no choice in the matter because we did not change any zoning. So they are not they're not a homeless shelter. They're still a motel, and along with many other motels that accept vouchers. So it's unfortunate, but it's America, so we can't control it. Anyways, okay, moving on. Do we have one more public comment?
It'll be held off for public hearing items.
Okay, perfect. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 13, presentations. We have a resolution granting the sale of K9 Duke to one of our officers, Corporal Andrew Reynoso, in the amount of $1. And so we are to vote on this resolution tonight before this presentation is made. So if we have a motion in a second.
I would like to move that we sadly sell K9 Duke to Officer Reynoso.
And it is a bittersweet moment, but I'll second that motion.
All right. Can we have a roll call vote?
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes to adopt the resolution 4-0.
All right. With that, we would like to have Corporal Reynoso and Duke come in, please, for their presentation.
If I could mention a couple things while Corporal Reynoso brings Duke up here. It is bittersweet for many reasons. I just want to touch on a few things that they've accomplished over the years. They've been together for over 4 years, and you know it's difficult for both of them. Corporal Reynoso, the bittersweet part is he got promoted, and Duke is at the end of his career and ready for retirement. So he sits at home now, or he will be sitting at home while Corporal Reynoso comes to work. But some of the accomplishments that happened over the years is Duke has been deployed over 500 times. Duke has participated in over 172 searches, 16 apprehensions of violent offenders, and 92 surrenders. He's attended over 23 actual community events, to include many introductions out in the field, just when he gets out of the car, when kids are around. So, I mean, I couldn't even name how many. So Duke has served bravely, and he's been recognized throughout California for his performance as a K9 team, both of them. And these awards were the American Red Cross for receiving the First Responder Hero Award. For LEAC, Law Enforcement Appreciation Committee, he received the distinguished, when I say he, it's Duke to include Corporal Reynoso, his handler, the Distinguished K9 Team Award, and awarded the prestigious Handler Protection over the course of his career. So this is bittersweet, but he's ready for retirement, and we're excited to see Corporal Reynoso move up through the ranks. So congratulations.
City of Hemet, California proclamation recognizing Police K-9 Duke for his dedication and service to the citizens of Hemet as a member of the Hemet Police Department. Duke began his role as a patrol service dog for the Hemet Police Department in August 2017, and Duke has given uncompromising dedication to his handler of 4 years, Officer Andrew Reynoso. Duke has served bravely in dangerous, life-threatening situations in order to protect his fellow officers and citizens' lives. During Duke's career, he was deployed on over 400 occasions, participated in 172 searches, 16 apprehensions, and aided in the surrender of 92 subjects upon entering the scene. Duke has been recognized throughout California, and together with Officer Reynoso, this K-9 team has been recognized by the American Red Cross, First Responder Hero, and by the Law Enforcement Appreciation Committee as distinguished K-9 team. Additionally, Duke received the prestigious Handler Protection Award over the course of his career. And Duke has fulfilled his duty as K-9 patrol dog and will remain with his handler after retiring today, August 10th, 2021. Be it resolved that the Hemet City Council and citizens of Hemet hereby recognize the prestigious, brave, and honorable service of Duke for his 4 years of dedicated service as a police K-9 for the city of Hemet and its citizens.
And on behalf of the entire city council, we'd like to front you the money. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know. Oh, so cute.
Wish I had that much energy.
Right. Aw, thank you. All right, next item 13B. We have one more presentation, emerging trends and zoning report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Tonight before you, I have Monique Plater, our principal planner, who will present this item to you, and we'll just be discussing emerging trends that are happening out in the world.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. I'm Monique Alanese Flater, Principal Planner. Tonight's presentation will include an overview of new and emerging trends and zoning opportunities. Okay. So the purpose of the work study is to evaluate emerging markets as a new source for advancing community development and in the city.
Is there any way to turn up her mic? Oh. I just didn't want you to say all that and nobody heard you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the purpose of this work study is to evaluate emerging markets as a new source for advancing city development. Emerging market sectors are sectors that are leading the global economy in technological advancement. These sectors are emerging as global leaders and present a significant opportunity for municipalities like Hemet to position themselves for home bases for these technologies. Emerging markets include electric vehicle battery storage technology, financial technology, fintech, biotechnology, biotech, and research and development facilities. With regard to electric vehicle battery storage technologies, on September 11th, 2018, the City Council adopted the Western Riverside Council of Governments, WRCOG, Climate Action Plan, and the plan consists of energy efficiency programs that will reduce utility costs and greenhouse gas emissions. The recommended measures include the use of renewable energy sources and neighborhood electric vehicle programs. With the emergence of the electric vehicle, the demand is increasing exponentially. It is estimated that by 2025, there will be 30 million electric vehicles on the road. Also, due to an increase in electrified products, battery-dominated products, and these new markets include battery technologies for drones, buses and trucks, industrial microgrid systems, and hybrid battery operation mobility. Financial tech companies, also referred to fintech, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, a significant increase in the dependency on banking and financial payment options, digital loans, e-commerce payment platforms, mobile banking, and digital technology is more relevant than ever. This would include cloud-based infrastructure, hardware, servers, network components. Some of the programs or the technologies are PayPal, Square, Venmo, and Zelle. These are some of the technologies that we are seeing. Also, in the next 5 years, we are likely to see a trend in an increased spending on technology for firms to keep up with their competition and focusing on the client's experience. Biotech companies, biotechnology market is projected to grow over 9.4% between 2021 to 2027. This sector consists of molecular biology, genomics, metabolomics. Biotechnology utilizes organisms and biological systems to produce healthcare-related products and therapeutics and can relate to market sectors such as medicine and pharmaceuticals, genomics, product, food, and chemicals. Research and development facilities. With the continued advancement in technology, progressing into the future, and with acceleration of digitization and automation due to the COVID pandemic, has ushered the country into a digital revolution. The latest R&D technology trends include, but are not limited to, artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum computing, cybersecurity, and distributed cloud. With these emerging trends and emerging markets on the horizon, staff sees an opportunity to support this technology through zoning amendments that accommodate their establishments here in the city of Hemet. With the availability of vacant land, existing underutilized buildings, and remote access, emerging market companies will find that Hemet is ideal from a remote access and security standpoint. Our location offers lower overhead costs in comparison to surrounding counties, such as Los Angeles and Orange County. Staff believes that a sustainable community can be built by providing our infrastructure, available and affordable land, and streamlined permitting options. These emerging markets are new sources for advancing development and new business in the city without the added requirement of rooftops. Staff is just requesting that the council consider the information and discuss opportunities that the council would like to pursue. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. maybe we can make sure we get that slideshow as well for future reference. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Well, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will move on to public hearing. First up, we have item 15A as a resolution approving fiscal. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped item 14. We have our receive and file. Does any council member want to pull anything on the receive and file or discuss that? All right, it's received and filed. All right, item 15 is our public hearing. 15A is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021-2022 capital improvements.
So while this is getting queued up, Steve, you want to provide just the background on the process that we've taken? There has been a bit of a delay in getting a revised CIP to the council that was more than just 1 year. The last time that the council formally took this up, I believe was in 2017. That was a multi-year CIP. This is the first multi-year CIP since then. And we are gradually working ourselves back up to having a 5-year CIP. The big item with respect to this is making sure that the capacity aligns with the projects that are there. So in years past, there was a number of projects included and hardly any of them were actually completed. And so now we've got the right engineering team, the right public works team that is working on these items and moving them forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve to bring this item forward.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer, members of the council. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for the introduction. This is the second time in just a brief couple months that I'm here talking about the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program. Earlier this year, back in, I believe it was March, we had the first year, or the first of the multi-year CIP that we were going through and talking about. So tonight is the second time going through, and we have a CIP that is for a 2 fiscal year with the intent of moving forward of ultimately a 5-year. Our intent next year is to bring back another multi-year, more of a 4-year CIP. We're, as Mr. Lopez identified, we're identifying the funding that's more regular now, especially with SB1 and Measure A, as well as working with the other departments. So what we are looking for tonight well, I'll just walk you through it and I'll get the slide going at some point. So it's I'm requesting adoption of a resolution that approves the CIP for these next 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 2021 to the 2022, as well as 2022 to 2023. Oh, look. One more. Okay, so just a little bit of background. So obviously the city of Hemet, with a number of the projects that we've completed over just the last couple of years, the intent of this document is to identify major projects to update the existing infrastructure within the city, to expand capacity and to enhance the community. On this particular one CIP, we've gone to the 2 bodies before us, which was the Infrastructure Commission, as well as the Planning Commission. Infrastructure Commission identifies any projects and provides a recommendation to the council. Planning Commission looks at it for conformance with the general plan. Some of the recently completed projects that we've done in the city, you can see the list there. I'll just provide a little bit of background on those. So the ADA sidewalks, the first one there, that was a $250,000 project funded by CDBG, and it was in conjunction with the pavement rehabilitation project on Central and Alessandro, as well as Elmwood. The next one there is pavement rehabilitation phase. There's 2 phases on that. That was about $2 million worth of street rehabilitation in Seven Hills. And then there's phase 3 that's coming up, will be another one, Menlo, and one other section of the city. The slurry seal was over 2 years, as you can see up there. That was $1.2 million worth of slurry seal, which the difference between the two, pavement rehabilitation and slurry seal is meant to prolong the life of the streets. It's painting it black with some sand and stuff in there. The rehabilitation is when the streets have gone beyond that slurry seal saving. Next one, if you notice down in design and under construction, the Kirby and Arbor Waterline project is starting construction this fall. And that one is a $250,000 upgrade after some repairs or some breakage that occurred on Kirby, and we've identified it with Public Works to replace the Arbor one as well. And the last one is citywide sewer main replacement. You'll see within the document too that there's quite a bit of money allocated for the citywide sewer main replacement. It's about $6 million worth of relining and replacement for this year alone. We're about 90% done with the plans. There'll be about another $3 million in the coming year. Just a brief summary on this. So just for the fiscal year 21-22, we're talking about $62 million. That's including projects that are still carrying over under construction, under design from this current fiscal year. The funding sources are still the same as we've talked about in the past. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to go through any one of those too, but it's the ones that engineering has primarily focused on in the past is Measure A and SB1, because that helps us with all the street stuff. Now working with Public Works as well as PD and Fire, we're branching out into the Measure U, as well as Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation, as well as the Sewer and Water Funds. And I know I don't say it up here, but in fiscal year 22-23, we are adding another $8 million in proposed projects. That is shown in the document as well. Just briefly talking about some of the new projects coming up for this year. The citywide slurry seal, that one's about $500,000. And you'll notice that over the years, we don't contribute as much or put as much in the slurry seal right now. The goal is to get to a point where we can just slurry seal streets every 7 years, every 5 years, whatever it is. But we have to bring up the pavement condition index to a level that is satisfactory. And that's usually about in the 70s, a PCI pavement condition index of about 70. And as we bring the pavement management report back to council later on this fiscal year, you'll see more information about that. The last one was done back in, I believe, 2016 by Bookman, and it showed heavy need of street rehabilitation. So over time, slurry seal may increase, rehabilitation will decrease, but it also depends on how quickly we can get those streets back up to a good working order. Just for the pavement rehabilitation project, we're looking about $4 million worth of street rehabilitation, and that's amongst different funding sources. Citywide sewer main replacements and relining, as I mentioned, coming up in this next fiscal year, we're talking about $1.5 million, and the citywide water main replacement is about almost $4.5 million worth of additional work, and that includes and I'll go through the project in a little bit about some water drops that need to be repaired. The last one on the list there is the fire training facility at Station 4. We're working currently with Chief Phillips, as well as the other staff members, putting together a site plan for them so we can get basically a prefab facility to be installed there. So we're working very closely with them, trying to put together the bid package for them so we can get something exciting out there for the council and for the community to see. I don't want to take away their thunder. That's theirs, but we're just helping them. So this is one of the projects coming up, the citywide water main replacements. Just show you in the areas. So these are the areas that we're looking at doing. They're aging facilities. It's in the downtown area. As you know, I mean, that's been there for quite a long time. So that's about $1.5 million that's coming up this fiscal year. And then the water drop replacements, that was what I was mentioning just a minute ago as well, that they're 8-inch and 12-inch mains. There's failures due to the welded joints, and they're around storm drain facilities that were potentially leaking. And it's up in this neighborhood here. So what's next? The first two items on there we've already taken care of, as I mentioned, the Infrastructure Commission, as well as the Planning Commission. Tonight is the City Council public hearing for adoption, and we're going to continue collaborating as we've been doing for the last year or so with the different departments, getting to know the different department staff, especially within PD and fire, is very helpful because they have a lot of ideas. They don't know how to get it done necessarily. They have these great ideas, and we got to try to make it work. Working with Public Works as well. So coming up next year, the Infrastructure Commission will be presenting to them in the spring. I'd like to get on a normal schedule where it comes in line with the budget. And then the CIP will be presented. And I say summer of 2022, I'm still shooting for earlier in that summer so that way we can be along with the budget time. Any questions? I'm happy to take them and see what we can see how I can address them.
All right. Well, with that, we'll open our public hearing. And do we have any comments in favor of or in opposition of?
We have no registered public comments for 15A.
With that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to council. Go ahead.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for this. Just a couple questions that I'm hoping I already know the answers to. Are we going out for grant funding for especially the water and sewer projects?
That would probably be best answered by the Public Works Director, but I do know that there are the California water grants that we've applied for in the past. And we're also working on the ARP grants that are providing funding as well for some of these facilities.
In answer to your question, yes, we have included some of the water facilities under the ARP program. We've identified quite a few projects that may be potentially funded through that expenditure.
Is there, when we get into the replacing and lining and things like that, is there an opportunity where our lines are, say, interconnected with either Lake Hemet or Eastern, that we do the projects together? Or is there any type of collaboration with the other two water companies that we're close to?
We do collaborate with the two water districts adjacent to us as appropriate. I'm not sure if any of the proposed projects in the next 2 years are going to have anything to do with those interties that would allow us to do that sort of thing. But we do regularly cooperate and coordinate with our sister agencies, including City of San Jacinto.
Okay, thank you. That was it on that. And it just one comment on the water main replacement downtown, which is an old, because I live there. And actually the water line in the block that I live in on Juanita Street was replaced back in, I think, 2011. And there, I mean, that stuff goes back to about probably the turn of the prior century. But I know the people down there will appreciate, because I think there's either, I'm not sure what this water main size is, like 2 inches or 4 inches. And I think it goes to a 6-inch, and you could really tell a difference in water capacity and pressure when everything went through, because then everybody's plumbing got clogged. So it was really kind of fun, because most of the houses down there still have the old cast iron plumbing in the houses. I mean, we're old. My house is comparatively new, and it was built in 1952.
We're blessed with a very interesting water system
Very
And
hard.
one of the projects that we are working on that is in the CIP is an assessment of the entire water distribution system in order to identify areas where pressure is possibly an issue. You're referring to a 2-inch main. Those are areas that we want to be looking at to determine if we need to upgrade those as part of the future CIP. So we are actually working on that project, and we expect it'll go out probably in the next 3 to 6 months as an RFP to have an engineering firm come in and do that type of assessment.
Any chance you're looking at a process that you can take some of the hardness out of the water, because there's calcium buildup that like you won't believe.
That would be something we'd have to look at with our wells. And as you know, we've got some challenges with our wells.
Yes, we do. Well, that'll be next. Get some grant funding to get it done. That's all I have.
Yeah, just a few comments. I think it's certainly gratifying to see that we're trying to play catch up on a lot of things that we wanted to deal with and have known that we needed to deal with. So I'm glad to see that we're working to get that addressed. But I'm also pleased to see what I would call the variety of projects that are represented in this CIP, because it's a good representation of trying to do a lot of things that we know. I think driving around the city or living in the city, anybody could point to a number of things that need attention. One of the things we hear the most about are streets. So, and I do want to thank staff for the opportunity to go on the CIP tour. It was enlightening, and it's very gratifying to see in the three-dimensional real world projects underway and completed. So thank you for that. But just looking at a number of things, I'd just like to point out the collaborative. The one item, the Esplanade widening project that we're undertaking with the city of San Jacinto. Obviously, that the majority that's going to be their project, but we're going to be some beneficiaries of that with improved pedestrian safety for particularly students walking from the residential neighborhoods to the variety of schools that are along Costin. So that's going to be much appreciated by those families there, and probably say it wasn't done soon enough, but at least it's underway and it's going to be happening. And then just to reiterate that we know that we have an aging infrastructure, particularly with water lines and sewer lines, and we live in earthquake country. So I'm happy to see the assertive approach being taken on trying to address those. There's a lot of job security in addressing that in a town that's this age, but I think this is a good blend of a variety of projects that need attention. So thank you.
And then also, because what was hard to understand before was what's the status of all the projects. But I like how each of the projects it tells you, like, you know, where it's at in its orientation. So, but most importantly, we should try to move the parks up.
It's a good comment.
A lot of people in the city are making comments about the parks.
Excellent. Yes, thank you for putting this together. And the report is very easy to read. I think it's good for any of our citizens can look it up online and really know what's going on and where. I'm glad to see the two-year plan, hopefully expanding to 5. I think that when we approve a plan like this, then we're promising the next 2 years and we're committing to the people that we are taking care of things. And so hopefully that brings a little hope to those that complain about the streets, because it causes car damage, and I hear a lot of things from people. So I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing these continue to just roll through.
And we do get the comments as well from the residents about the various streets, and we try to add them as quick as we possibly can. You've seen the multi-millions of dollars we spent over the last 2 years alone. So, but
Yes.
yeah, please forward them on over, and
Great.
we can't get to them this year, but we do add things as quick as we possibly can. So thank you.
Councilmember Krupa.
You just jogged my memory on, are we still, or do we still have enough money in reserve and flexible enough that if the county or the city of San Jacinto does a rehab on one of their streets that connects directly to one of our streets, that we could massage some money from one spot over to maybe finish that type of project like we are doing with San Jacinto Street?
And we always have that ability. You always have that ability, especially with Measure A. In fact, San Jacinto we pulled some Measure A money for that one. We're also going to be partnering with San Jacinto on State Street to do some improvements over there as part of the whole storm drain line that the county flood controls picked up. It's always under the purview of council with Measure A. Measure A is the most, I don't want to say unrestricted, but for the road purposes, we have flexibility of where we can move it around. And that's why we always bring it back to you to see, hey, if there's something that somebody else is talking to us about, we're happy to bring it back and talk. That's why if you notice within the document here that we don't say the streets for street rehabilitation. We talk about the phase of the street rehabilitation. Things change. The only ones we do have to identify are SB1, and because we actually have to submit that to the state and they take it to the California Transportation Commission Board.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a couple comments. We've got Travis Holyoke, our water superintendent, that's here as well. And part of what has been going on across many of our departments is infusing not necessarily new blood, but putting people in positions that can get work done. And so I think Travis really embodies that. The other thing that I wanted to mention on that is Travis gave me a tour yesterday on the water utility, spent over 2.5 hours, I think, just visiting our wells, our facilities, and just getting an in-depth view of that. So we'll start making adjustments to the tour that Councilmember Brown referenced. And he did mention that I believe he does have monthly meetings with our neighboring water partners to ensure that the lines of communication are flowing. So that does happen on a regular basis. To address Councilmember Krupa's question, as funding is acquired, whether that be grants or other sources, we can substitute these funding streams and these funding sources. It's just a simple act of making budget amendments and budget transfers. And when those happen, we just bring those to the council to allocate that funding. You will notice, no offense, Steve, he's a great engineer. We had a designer design the CIP document. You'll notice that the CIP document mirrors also the strategic plan, as well as the budget document for fiscal year 21-22. So you'll notice that it's a consistent theme across all of the documents that helps create consistency. So I know Steve wasn't offended by that. He's a great engineer by any means. And then it's just been a real pleasure to see our water team, our engineering crews. I'm going to make 2 more shout outs to Jaime Cruz and Tom Vaughn, who go out and inspect projects over the weekends to make sure that work isn't going on when it shouldn't be going on, because we do get complaints from residents. So I really want to highlight the Public Works team, the engineering team, everybody else that was involved with this, because when we say it was a collaborative effort, it absolutely was a collaborative and team effort. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And next we'll go to item 15B, approving a zoning change.
Actually, do we need action on?
Sorry. Yes. Oh gosh. I'm trying to fly through this section. Yeah. All right. So we have the recommendation here for us to adopt this resolution and authorize the finance director. So do we have a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion to adopt the resolution for the CIP 22-23 and authorize finance director to establish total project appropriations per the CIP for new requests only.
And a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to adoption 4-0.
Okay. Now we will move to 15B.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Tonight before you is a zone change 21-001. The applicant is the city of Hemet. The property owner is the Dilworth, the Nelson and James. The general location of that is on the west of Warren Road, east of California Aqueduct and south of Stetson Avenue, and north of Marvin Hall Road. The APN is as listed. A little bit of background: on March 2nd, 2021, the Planning Commission opened zone change 21-001 and continued to April 20th to receive comments from outside agencies. On April 20th, they continued the item again to give additional time for outside agencies to comment. On June 15th, Planning Commission forwarded an approval recommendation to the City Council. The project description is the city initiated proposal to amend the existing zoning designation as shown on city's official zoning map regarding 4 parcels totaling 65 acres to change the existing heavy agriculture A2 zone to general manufacturing M2 to be consistent with the existing industrial general plan designation and establish consistency with the adopted general plan land use element designation in accordance with the requirements of the state law. On January 22nd, 2019, City Council approved and adopted Ordinance 1953, approving zone change 18-001 for 8,899 parcels. Up within that, there were 4 parcels totaling 65 acres that just did not make it to change it to M2 at that time. So we're requesting that correction at this point. This zone change does not have any project associated at this time, and this will bring the general plan and zoning to be consistent. The project location is outlined there in the general plan under the industrial zone, which is right here. The existing zoning is in this A2 designation of these 4 parcels. So what we're asking is that change to an M2, which will be consistent with the existing general plan designation. So on January 24, 2012, the City Council adopted Resolution 4476, adopting a comprehensive update to the Hemet General Plan and certifying an associated final environmental impact report, established consistency with previously analyzed by certifying the final EIR, and zone change does not increase the severity of the previously identified significant effects or present any new effects. The project was advertised in the Press Enterprise on June 10th, 2021. ALUC found the project consistent. On May 2018, Soboba Bandaluceño Indians had no comments. On June 23rd, they indicated again they had no objections to the proposal. And there are no other comments that we received thus far. So the recommendation is that it is respectfully recommended that the City Council adopt an ordinance of City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving zone change number 21-001, amending the official zoning map to change the zone district designation 4 parcels totaling 65 acres to change the existing heavy agriculture A2 zone to general manufacturing M2 to be consistent with the existing industrial general plan designation and establish consistency with the adopted general plan land use element designation in accordance with the requirements of the state law. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, with that, we will open our public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any comments in favor of or in opposition to?
There are no public comments on record, Madam Mayor.
That will close our public hearing and bring it back to council. Do you have comments or questions for
You know, I do. Just two questions and then a comment. Is this all one property owner or is it 4 property owners?
It's all one property.
All
owner.
one property owner. Okay. And is it to go from an M2 to commercial, does that require a zone change, or would commercial be included as a matter of?
If you were to change the current proposed M2 to a commercial zone, then you would have to also change the general plan to be consistent.
Okay, okay. And this was basically, I mean, a request of the property owner that wanted to do this. Okay, those were my two questions, and I just want to say they are probably taking a huge sigh of relief that this has finally gotten through, since it did drop off back in 2012. It's a long process. Yes. Okay, with that, do we have a motion to approve this? Read by title only. Malcolm's gonna go for it. Okay.
You guys are weird. I'll make a motion that the city council open the public hearing. I'll mess this up. Okay, that the city council waive the full reading and read by title only and introduce the ordinance as entitled.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes. And I have to read the ordinance title. To approve an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving zone change number 21001, amending the official zoning map to change the zone district designations of the 4 parcels totaling 65.18 acres to change the existing heavy agriculture A2 zone to a general manufacturing to the consistent with the existing industrial I general plan designation and establish consistency with the adopted general plan land use elements. Sorry about the technical difficulties tonight. Land use element designations in accordance with the requirements of the state law. End of reading.
Great, thank you. Next, we have item 15C.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and the public. I'm Monique Alanis Flater. The request this evening is Appeal 20-002 of Conditional Use Permit 19-004 and Site Development Review 19-009 for S2A Modular Factory. The applicant is John Rowland, S2A Modular. The project is located on the northwest of North State between Esplanade Avenue to the north and Menlo Avenue to the south. On October 20th, the Planning Commission unanimously approved Conditional Use Permit 19-004 and Site Development Review 19-009 for the construction of a new S2A modular powered smart home factory and showroom model display buildings with a total of approximately 240,000 square feet of building area on approximately 32 acres. On October 30th, the city received a notice of appeal from Kyle C. Jones, a representative from the law firm of Adam Broadwell, Joseph and Cardozo on behalf of Hemet residents for responsible development, a coalition that includes the California Association of Electrical Workers and District Council of Iron Workers of the state of California. On December 8th, 2020, based on upcoming holidays and additional time needed to address the appellant's concerns, both applicant and the appellant agreed to a continuation of the public hearing at a future date. On July 14th, 2021, the city of Hemet received a letter requesting withdrawal of the application by the applicant, John Rowland. With the application withdrawn, the appeal 20-002 would not have a project to appeal. Therefore, it is respectfully requested that the city council accept the withdrawal request of CUP 19-004 and SDR 19-009. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, with that, I will open up public comment. City Clerk, do we have any in favor of or in opposition to?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we did receive a public comment from a gentleman, James Paragua, regarding CUP 19-004 and SD 19-009. Modular home factory with manufacturing buildings and showroom adjacent to Desert Palms Mobile Home Park. Whereas the project is adjacent to the family residential Desert Palms Mobile Home Park, whereas families with children and senior citizens reside within that park, whereas the project will result in significant noise both during day and at night, whereas the project will negatively impact of the view of the residents, whereas truck traffic will significantly impact the quality of life for the residents of Desert Palms and other residents living by, whereas the noise and pollution from the modular factory will negatively impact the quality of the health and general welfare of the residents of the Desert Palms and the other residents living nearby. We, the undersigned residents, the City of Hemet City Council, deny the CUP and the SDR. Furthermore, because of the impact on the residents adjacent to the property, a full environmental impact report should be required. As well as speaking to the residents, I became aware of the impact of the night shift workers and truck drivers who sleep during the day will significantly affect sleep and health. End of comment.
So that is in favor of the appeal, we would say. I'll just write that in my notes. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Recommendation is just to accept the withdrawal of the request. So any questions or comments or motion?
I'll make a motion and then a comment after I make the motion. I'll make motion that the city council accept the withdrawal request of conditional use permit 19004 and SDR 19-009 and add my personal comment that I think this is disgusting and revolting.
Second your
I'll
comment.
second the motion.
I seconded the comment. He seconded the motion. Okay.
Motion.
That, can we have a vote?
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to item 15D, and this is an ordinance approving a second amendment to the development at the Tres Cerritos development. Yes, West.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Tonight before you is a development agreement amendment 20-001. The applicant is JMP Bixby Hemet LLC. The property owner is JMP Bixby Hemet LLC. The project location is on the northeast corner of Old Warren Road and Celeste Road. The site area is called the Tres Cerritos West. The project description is that a development agreement amendment is being requested for a second amendment to Development Agreement 04-02 for the Tres Cerritos West residential project that will extend the development agreement and vested tentative tract map 31513 an additional 5 years with modifications. The vesting tentative tract map 31513, which subdivides 121.3 acres into 177 single-family residential lots. The extension being requested is for additional 5 years, so the new expiration date would be February 11, 2025. It is subject to the latest adopted TUMP fees with this change, and it also removes the requirements of formation of regional drainage facilities based on comments from the district to construct the drainage improvements. And again, we received some comments, so I'll have Steve Lariso address those concerns. The STICO on this item is that the city adopted a mitigated negative declaration for Tres Cerritos West and VTTM 31513, and as CEQA under section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines, which provides that CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential for causing significant effect on the environment. So the development agreement amendment itself does not have an environmental impact, the project does. So this was advertised in the Press Enterprise, and it was sent out to all property owners within 500 feet of notification on July 29, 2011. So the recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing and take testimony, that the City Council waive full read by title only, and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Hemet, California, approving the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement Amendment 20-001 for Tres Cerritos West between the City of Hemet and JMP Bixby of Hemet. Also, we'll have Steve Lewis come up and address the concerns that was made by the public.
Okay, first I will open the public hearing. Do we have any other comments besides the three that you read earlier?
There are no registered public comments.
Okay, so for the record, we had Marta Boone, Derek Barber, and Thomas Sholin. And public restrooms and the drainage problems.
Good evening again, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Fine.
The public restrooms, I don't.
Yeah, he put on here item 15D, so it's just in my pile.
Okay, so the drainage comments that were on there, those issues were brought up in the past as well. So the concerns that were brought up by the owners of the adjacent property is I don't know where they're going with that. The regional drainage facilities that are mentioned in the DA that I have a copy of here are required to be implemented in front of TC West. TC East. This is a TC West project. TC East is obviously on the east side of that. The improvements are to be put in front of TC East, basically line C and D. When this agreement, the developer agreement, was entered into, it was basically talked about that the flood control facility or the flood control district would be entering into an agreement with the city at some point to upgrade the master drainage plan. This originally was done back in 2005. Since then, we have started working with the flood control district on an updated master drainage plan. And with that, part of it is the work that's being done to alleviate the flooding as a result of Seattle Basin. This is all tied in together, and it might get convoluted, so please stop me. I've just seen it so many times that I know exactly what it is. So all this is tied together. Flood Control District, we're working with them. They have approved for this fiscal year $353,000, and they've approved another $4 million for fiscal years 2022 to 2026. That did go to the board, and that was approved for upcoming fiscal years to do the work for line C and D. Now, line C and D, the reason why that's important is because that's the area that's in front of TC East. TC West had it in the DA to do improvements in front of TC East. Flood Control District has come through because of all the work that we've been doing with them, talking to them, telling them about the problems that we have. They have now committed the $4.3 million to do those improvements in front of TC East. Yeah, TC East for line C and D. I didn't identify a nexus between requiring the developer to continue paying into something that was already fully funded by the Flood Control District.
So do these people not know that this is funded? Is that a possibility? Because they're very frustrated, and my children go to school. My kids go to school at Tahquitz High School. And so my boys play baseball, and there's 2 feet of water in the baseball field that my kids get to play in. and I would call it like drainage water as the field dries. And it seems very unhealthy to me, but I want to make sure that this is known to these folks because I understand their frustration and I have to drive that way to take them to school.
The people that are commenting tonight, one, Martin Boone is the property owner of TC East. Tom Scholin, I think, is another member of that party, TC East. And Derek Barber is the representative from Richland, who is working on the development south of Devonshire, south and north of Devonshire, which would be the Ramona Creek development. So I can't speak to what they know or what they don't know. What we're here to do was to identify the development agreement if there was a nexus to continue having the developer of TC West still participate into the regional drainage facilities.
Right. So their opposition was because of drainage problems. So, and you're saying that there's not drainage problems because they are funded for a few years.
No, I'm not saying there's not drainage problems. There is definitely drainage problems, but they are being addressed through the flood control district that we are working with on.
And the funding though has been approved. So it's being addressed. And so is there a way maybe for you to reach out to these folks so that they understand that? Because we recognize that we don't want to keep creating bigger problems. The Seattle Basin has been a problem for years.
Completely understood.
We want these folks to understand that as well, because they probably don't want, I mean, if they develop some housing projects and then they're all underwater too, that'll be a whole nother headache, even though maybe I'm.
Absolutely, we'll reach out to them.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let me close this public hearing. And then we'll bring it back to more questions or comments from council.
Can you put up one of the project site maps that shows both Tres Cerritos East and West? I think, no, that's not, it's page 112.
Or 401 of the entire packet.
There you go.
You have it like that? Okay.
Oh, do you have anything that shows the connection between the two? Because Tres Cerritos East and West have been around for a long, long time, longer than what I've been on council. One of my questions was about the drainage because it's always been a major issue out there, and master flood control plans and everything. And then we run into the vernal pools down on the corner of the Ramona Creek project, and where does it all go? And then it goes into sheet flow across Florida Avenue and blah, 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 blah. So everything out there is connected. And if we don't get it right the first time, we're going to end up with irate people and a lot of damage like we have had with the Seattle Basin, and not being able to provide for the flow downstream that then goes into the street and into the houses. So I really want to make sure that as a city that we are putting pressure on county flood control to do this right the first time, and that both of these developments can go forward, and that the people who currently own the properties, which has probably changed hands 2 and 3 times since this was first brought forward back in the early 2000s, don't, they don't get left holding the bag, so to speak, because they want to do a development that is really, they're both good developments.
If I may add some information on that.
Please do.
You'll see in the screen here, there's the Tres Cerritos West. And if this works, I can, Tres Cerritos West, right in this area here. Tres Cerritos East. Wow, I could not be a doctor. It is right over there. There was a tentative map approved for the Tres Cerritos East area. I can get the number, I have it in the packet, but part of the Tres Cerritos East was required, or the Tres Cerritos West development was required to obtain right-of-way in order for line C and D within the DA. The tentative map that was approved for Tres Cerritos East has already dedicated the right of way along Costin and on Devonshire, 60 feet wide. And I think it might have even been mentioned in the letter from Mr. Schulman. But that right of way has already been dedicated. The housing development that is proposed as part of East, they basically have the financing map that's ready now, but they've had the right of way that's dedicated. Tres Cerritos West, as I pointed out, is up over here. Their drainage primarily comes off to this Rose Road and drains down Old Warren Road down to the other. So the concern right now of what we're looking at as far as the DA information goes was that Tres Cerritos West was identified to contribute up to 40% for regional drainage facilities. Those regional drainage facilities are identified as line C and D up to that point right there. The fact that this has already been, the right of way has already been dedicated here, and flood control has identified the funding for this and approved it, that is to be constructed by this project. Now, I'm sorry, by the flood control district. The runoff would then continue down into the Ramona Creek, where as part of the Ramona Creek specific plan, there's a large detention facility that's part of that. So the drainage, even if, based on the analysis that the regional flood control or Riverside County Flood Control District has done to this point, even without this going forward, there is still the capacity within this channel that would be constructed to alleviate the flooding that occurs up here at the Seattle Basin. So the water will still go through here and will overflow into this area down over here. So if that doesn't get built, that's where the drainage will go to.
And that with, as you said, the 4 million from county flood, that takes away that 40% contribution or eliminates the 40% contribution that Tres Cerritos West would have to contribute. Is that correct?
Well, it does.
Or
That's,
both of them?
oh, sorry.
No,
It's not
go
the
ahead.
direct correlation. If I can read you this one segment right here. Agreed or disagreement. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, city attorney. I get tired of reading the legal stuff in here. So this is talking about the definition of regional drainage facilities within the DA. And then at the bottom, therefore, for purposes of this agreement, regional drainage facilities shall mean those storm drain and other drainage facilities ultimately required to be located, installed, and constructed on the TCE site upon completion of the update city's master drainage plan. So once again, the TC East property is on that. This is the TCE site. So they had a maximum share of 40%. And if you look at the improvements as well as the right of way, which the right of way has already been dedicated as part of TC East. But the construction, design and construction of the improvements would be 4.35 million based on what the county's estimate has been put together. And that's based on their analysis. I'm sorry, that's very small. This was just, you can see all the paper I carry with me. So that was based on their analysis that we've been working with them over the last 2 years on. Your question?
Well, I guess then the actual question, you probably can't give a yes, no answer to this, but what you were just talking about and describing right now eliminates the issue that the people who called in had. Is that correct? I know, I see you can't do a yes or no, can you? Because that's what we're trying to address, right?
Understood.
Because the action of what we do impacts their property.
But the money promised towards that project, does that alleviate their questions?
No, because they even commented that they're aware that there's been $353,000 allocated and approved by the regional board. And they even admitted that there's the $4 million in future years. Now, I've been on recent calls with the flood control district, as well as the other members that were as commenting tonight, just this last week, talking about these improvements. And the flood control district has provided some suggestions on how things can be addressed globally by all developers in the area. But that's the flood control district asking developers to help contribute. The city has already worked out with the flood control district that there's a problem, the Seattle Basin. As part of that issue, and the fact that the master drainage plan has to be updated, that's where, even prior to me, that we got the flood control district to sit down. They're upgrading that, they're updating that. But there's other improvements that are required downstream of this location that are obviously going to be costly. There's estimates put together, but the Tres Cerritos West development is not they're not necessarily contributing to that, because their runoff goes on the side over at Rose Road and Old Warren Road. The DA specifically talks about this area of what they would be providing funding for. It doesn't say that they should provide funding for all the way down over here. It just says in front of TC East. In addition, for some additional background, when the DA was developed, TUMP fees were excluded. We've found out TUMP fees are not able to be excluded, so those have to be paid. This was not a like for like type thing. It was the fact that TUMP fees had to be paid, they had to be paid. The fact that the drainage facilities, in my opinion, line C and D, are being covered by the flood control district. That's what Tres Cerritos West would have to contribute to, the 40%. That's all that I find. That's what I'm presenting.
Okay, I'm going to try one more question because this is confusing. So what we're doing, if we approve this, is eliminating basically the 40% that Tres Cerritos West obligation would be on this drainage line that the county regional flood is going to pick up and has allocated funding for. It has no impact on Tres Cerritos East at all.
No, because the money that's going towards the line C and D is identified from the flood control district. The right of way has already been dedicated by East.
That was their contribution, basically.
Yeah.
Could it be their 40% that they would?
Well, West was required to obtain it.
Okay.
The right of way as necessary, up to 40%. They were also required to pay for the installation, the design and construction of the improvements, up to 40%. Now, again, that flood control district has put up those funds. They, being TC West, they can still be obligated to pay the 40% of what the design, right-of-way construction costs are for that portion. But nowhere in the DA have we spoken about in the past, that they would be contributing to the Ramona Creek development.
Down there, yeah.
And I believe that the Ramona Creek development, since they are required to put in improvements, drainage improvements, and possibly to the tune of $4.6 million for the area downstream of Myers and Devonshire, that could be their concern about having to pay for that. I can't speak for them on that, but they could be speaking to that effect. The same developer that is moving forward with Ramona Creek is in talks potentially with purchasing additional property, and maybe that's what it could be too. But again, I'm speculating on that stuff. But we have been in talks with the flood control district. We have been in talks with the developers of these projects or these properties, and I'm just going by the language within what's in here. So
I'm going to give you a break real fast. And I'm going to open the public hearing back up. And then we're going to have Mr. John Meyer come up and speak. He has some comments. And I don't know if they're in opposition or in favor of, but we'll find out. Maybe you have some light to shed.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Myrie. I represent the applicant, JMP Bixby Hemet LLC, as well as DR Horton. I'd like to first thank staff for their work on this. And we're working with them at DR Horton. We're working with them all kinds of projects, McSweeney and different things. We're grading projects in Elkin Thornton right now. So yeah, they've been really good to work with. Tres Cerritos, you're right, has a long history going back into the early 90s, almost 30 years. JMP Bixby Hemet has owned Tres Cerritos West for 8 years now. And so we've worked with the city on the vernal pools. We've got a 3.5 acre vernal pool basin where we've got 59 acres of open space that have tribal resources that worked very closely with the Pachangos on that. Getting this development agreement amendment approved extends the entitlements. Without it, it's going to be very difficult to move forward. DR Horton is in escrow and been processing all the plans, ready to start on this within the next couple months. This development agreement amendment is fair because, as the city engineer said, there's no nexus for line C and D for Tres Cerritos West. This project was separated. It's separated topographically. The runoff, drainage runoffs are separated. Tres Cerritos West will pay its full area drainage fee impacts like any project would that go to pay for regional improvements. The TUMP fees, initially, this development agreement had Tres Cerritos West exempt from paying TUMP fees. They will now pay TUMP fees of nearly $10,000 per lot. This development agreement amendment does not affect the fee that this development requires Tres Cerritos West to pay on top of that, which is almost $3,000 a lot. So there's a lot of contributions, benefits to the public with this. And as I understand things, it's very clear to me that flood control is funding line C and D. You know, I don't know that there's any mystery about that. They are on track to fund that. What these adjacent developers are trying to solve is regional. I mean, there's a regional challenge here. We're getting runoff from Seattle Basin all the way down to Salt Creek, for that matter. And every developer needs to do their part. Tres Cerritos West, in fulfilling other obligations for the development agreement, has overseen, and this is, you're right, multiple owners have owned these projects. So a lot of this was done even before we owned the property, but the land was dedicated along Costin and Devonshire to build these storm drain channels effectively. There's been work done on the specific plan amendments. There's been work done on drainage studies. So Tres Cerritos West has been a partner in fulfilling the development agreement along these lines, but things change. And now with this development agreement amendment that we're proposing, it's fair. We're adding nearly $10,000 per lot in TUMP fees. And if flood control wasn't stepping up and getting involved, I mean, it would be a hard case for us to make. But the fact that this is going to be funded, it's going to be built, and there's no nexus for the runoff from Tres Cerritos West as part of those particular improvements over there. That's why it's not a condition to the tentative map. That's why it had to be put in a development agreement. There's no sequence nexus to this. So this is just an evolution of the development agreement. Tracers West is going to be a wonderful project. It's been a long time coming. It's got parks. It's got environmental benefits. And it's going to be a great addition to the city of Hemet for housing. So I'd ask that you approve this amendment tonight.
Before you leave, will you on your property, maybe can you use the pointer? Your laser pointer, is it up there? Show us again the runoff from your property, which direction it goes so that we can just know.
Well, some of the runoff goes to this corner and some does sheet flow across Celeste Road. So it all comes south, but there's a drainage system that is going through final engineering design right now, as a matter of fact. So the city's reviewing and approving that. But there's runoff because the runoff comes off the hills, and a lot of that runoff is important for the vernal pools. So it's all been selectively designed. But there's some runoff that just goes straight south. None of it goes over to the improvements to east, but straight south. And then other drainage goes in through vernal pools and water quality basins and goes down Old Warren Road. Yeah.
You're not going to come and ask for some runoff exemption?
Well, we're working through final engineering right now. So there may be other elements that may come before you and they may not. But
Just know where we stand.
I think it's clear.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Do you have any questions for him? Hold on. We might have one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, somewhat related to this. Would it be fair to say that right now we know that on those rare occasions when we get heavy rains, everything runs south from that project site and pretty much flows down Old Warren Road, which becomes just a deep rutted mud ditch because some people think that they can drive through there under those conditions and oftentimes get stuck. So it's pretty evident where the water wants to go. Currently, there's agricultural work going on the north side of Devonshire, south of your project area, and also south of Devonshire. And in that situation, it can absorb, if there's agricultural farming going on there, it's going to absorb a lot more runoff than it would if it's not. So I guess the question that I'm leading to is, with the development in place, obviously there's going to be a lot more hardscape. Do you anticipate any substantial change in the runoff coming from the project site with the additional hardscape? Do you envision that what's going to happen south of there?
Well, it's a pretty detailed engineering question, but from an engineering standpoint, we're required to mitigate increasing flows downstream. I'll say that. It's somewhat of a little bit complicated because we're trying to feed vernal pools downstream as well. And we've got also a 3.5 acre vernal pool complex on our site. And then Ramona Creek specific plan, that's all proposed for development. It's my understanding that there is a regional basin proposed as part of the Ramona Creek specific plan. It's been on every specific plan document I've seen. So as far as master drainage and things like that, I think it's all designed to go into that basin.
Yeah,
that's a Ramona Creek development that, like I say, I think it's just at a specific plan level, but that's where it's always been shown that I've seen it. But yeah, the runoff, it's I know that from an engineering standpoint, it's always been a standard to not increase the Q, the CFS flow that comes running off your site. You're allowed to essentially release the runoff that's historically always gone in a natural state, and I believe that's the way most of the projects are conditioned to
Well,
follow.
in most cases too, developments, you know, essentially control the runoff, whereas without the development, gravity and nature controls where the runoff goes.
We have 3 basins on the property that, plus the 3.5 acre vernal pool basin, they all control and slow down the flow going downstream.
And I guess just one final comment on this, that we don't really know how far along Ramona Creek is going to be. We know that there's plans to have retention basins in there. And so Tres Cerritos East is going to feed into that area where that is going to ultimately be, at least its plan. But right now it's not there. So again, it's being used for agricultural purposes. So I think it can probably accommodate that. But I just think we need to look very, very closely at this, because on those occasions when we get those torrential downpours, Devonshire floods in a heartbeat, and it almost becomes impassable unless you've got a lifted vehicle with 4-wheel drive. So I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that, and nobody really has a crystal ball yet to know how long it's going to be before Ramona Creek gets developed. So I think it's important to know that projects that precede that are north of there need to be aware of the fact that it may be a while before we get that infrastructure at Ramona Creek that is part of the overall plan. And I know it's not your problem to deal with, but it is in a way, because you're a component part.
I know that when the conditions of approval, when this tentative map was approved, the project was conditioned, and those are the improvements that we're following in the final engineering, and it's going through the city approval process right now.
Well, I appreciate you being here to field some questions.
All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. All right, council, what is your pleasure? Oh.
I'll give this a shot. Okay, we've concluded the public hearing, so I'll make a motion that City Council waive full reading and read by title only, and introduce an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet approving a second amendment to the development agreement number 20-001 for Tres Cerritos West between the City of Hemet and JMP Bixby Hemet.
Do we have a second?
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa? Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal? Mayor Meyer? That motion passes 4-0 to introduce an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet City, California, approving a second amendment to the development agreement, amendment number 20-001 for Tres Cerritos West between the City of Hemet and JMP Bixby Hemet.
All right, next on our agenda is the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted on upon a single action unless otherwise requested to be pulled by a council member. So do we have anything that you'd like to pull for separate consideration?
I would like to pull 16A.
Okay, anyone else?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 16I. There was a problem with the link.
Oh. Yes, that's. Okay, so we have 16A and 16I. Do we have a motion to approve the rest?
I move approval of the remaining items on the consent calendar.
Second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lowenthal?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 16A and 16I for separate consideration.
All right, 16A.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Resolution, this resolution is awarding an agreement with Axon International to provide an agreement with Axon for body worn camera activation triggers and auto tagging. And just to bring some history into this, in January 12th, 2021, City Council approved and adopted a body worn camera and taser equipment agreement with Axon International. And just to better understand what Axon and the body worn camera system, it's a camera that our officers wear on their chest area. They activate that all the time when they contact people or traffic stops. You know, things are evolving really quick in situations where sometimes they don't have that opportunity. We entered this bundle package with Taser, which is a electronic control device that they use at a certain level use of force. And when we did this bundle, it had an activation signal trigger, which automatically turns on your camera. So any of our officers in 25 feet, it'll automatically turn on their cameras when things evolve really quick. So these triggers regarding this agreement that I bring forward for you today, it includes the Mercy Light activation and canine vehicle deployment. Now these will automatically activate your camera every time you turn your lights on in the vehicle. So if they come to a quick stop, they turn their lights, they're able to adjust and deal with the situation immediately. Anybody that's on that call will automatically turn on their cameras at that time. To include the canine vehicle deployment, things happen when we're out in the field. Sometimes it's a quick contact. They don't have time to turn on the camera, but as soon as they hit a door lock, it activates the canine handler, and anybody in 25 feet through Bluetooth will activate that camera to turn that on. Now, to explain the auto tagging, what that does, and anybody in that incident, it'll automatically tag those cameras to that incident. So it improves getting our officers back on the street, because it does take time when you download. You have to go onto our new CAD RMS, which integrated with the Axon body worn camera and taser system, and it automatically tags that in the CAD system, which we use that for evidence.com, and that information with all cases that are submitted to the DA's office has to go through that, and we could send it through the cloud-based system. So one thing I would like to also explain, that technology upgrades are consistent with the City Council's strategic plan related to organizational effectiveness. So that's really important, because this is something that we're trying to move forward for organizational effectiveness. And last but not least, the police department identified the existing funds through the 2020-2021 COPS grant. And this was approved by City Council on February 9th of 2021, specifically for technology upgrades. So this resolution is awarding the agreement with Axon International to provide body worn camera activation triggers, auto tagging licenses for the Hemet Police Department in the amount not to exceed $65,020.07, and authorizing the city manager to approve the agreement and all purchase orders. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
I just wanted that report on the record so that people can access it, and people who are listening in can hear that our police force is being very proactive, and not only in going after crime, but also in being proactive in the safety of our officers and in the technology that we are required to be having. So that was it. I just wanted it on the record.
Well, I appreciate that. And I forgot to mention, we got to look at liability for the city, and it's always been one of the top things that we do, and then the safety for our officers. And this covers all the necessary needs that we need to protect our officers and to protect our city. So
thank you, Chief.
Looking forward. Thank you.
That was my intent.
Right.
And I just wanted to reiterate again, and you've taken my tagline by saying officer safety is the paramount issue here. in my opinion. And risk management from the city's liability is probably the second issue that both are benefited by this. I know how quickly situations can deteriorate, and it's one less thing that the officer would have to think about to try to capture documentation that's going to help him or her and the city in any contested use of force. So I think the technological advances are huge just in the last couple decades, from cameras in cars that were recorded in VCRs in the trunk. And I think the automatic documentation is again another step towards fail-safe recording and documentation, because it takes the officer out of the equation. So any allegation that there was tampering with the recording or anything, that goes away. So I'm pleased to see that our department is keeping pace with the technological advances for officer safety and risk management.
Yeah, technology is changing so quick. So if you're wondering, why didn't we purchase these triggers initially when we purchased the tasers? We test and evaluate everything just to make sure, and it works great with our tasers. And these are other instances that we believe would assist us, and then of course liability for the city. So yeah, it's changing rapidly from the recorders in the back of the car trunks to what we carry on our
Right.
chests.
Or pull out your Polaroid.
When you said it's automatically activated with the lights, are you talking about the lights on the top of the car, or?
Yes, that is correct.
So as soon as the red and blue lights are shining, the camera's on.
Yeah, there's different codes to put in there. So there's different sections, 3 different levels. So on level 1, as soon as they hit that, it'll automatically turn on their cameras. And then anybody around within 25 feet carrying that camera, it'll turn. I won't turn your phone on, but it'll turn our Axon body worn cameras. But yeah, so it's interesting technology, and it's
But it's a
you'd never imagine the things it does. So
message to the bad guys.
yeah, and that's what we did initially. Councilman Lilienthal, we looked at how it worked with the tasers, and it works perfect. So we haven't had any issues, and this will assist in other areas with triggers. So it'll make things a lot safer for everybody, and being liability conscious for the city.
All right, well, I'll move approval.
I will move approval of item 16A. Thank you, Chief.
We'll take that as a second. All right, we have a first and a second.
Never mind.
John Paul, go ahead.
John Paul's got it.
Motion made by Mayor Meyer, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer. That motion passes 4-0.
Well, we are excited. All right, 16I.
Mayor, I'd just like to continue this to the next meeting.
Okay, then we will move on to discussion action items. First item is 17A. This is the reappointment of Cindy Lemke and Dana Hill as the planning commissioners for the Hemet Planning Commission, and approve Lori Van Arsdale to remain as the planning commissioner for the Hemet Planning Commission until the vacancy in City Council District 4 is filled. I don't think we need a staff report. Do you have questions? Okay,
I would like to move approval of this item because I think it's extremely important that we have a full planning commission with all of the development that's coming into town. So I will move approval of item 17A.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer. That motion passes 4-0 to, excuse me, respectfully recommend that the city council reappointment Cindy Lemke and Danny Hill as planning commissioners for the Hemet Planning Commission with a term expiring on June 1st, 2023, and approve Lori Van Arsdale to remain as planning commissioner for the Hemet Planning Commission until the vacancy in City Council District 4 is filled.
Perfect. Okay, then we have item 17B, the letter of support for Assembly Bill 156.
At the last meeting, I believe we approved a letter for a bill that was passed and signed. This is another bill that is coming out in support of that that gets more into the weeds and the detail about the funding for cities. So I would recommend that we approve sending the letter of support for Assembly Bill 156.
Making a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer. That motion passes to approve a letter of support for Assembly Bill 156, Communications and Broadband.
Okay. And then we have item 17C.
Yes, Mayor. I'll be handling the staff report for this item. So this is an implementation item for the city's cannabis regulatory program that was approved on May 11th, 2021. You have 3 resolutions in front of you. You have first a resolution establishing the review criteria. This is essentially directions to the city manager on how and what he should evaluate from a cannabis permit applicant, so that those applicants know what is expected of them in the review process. And so the city manager has objective criteria since he is going to be approving and issuing the permits. The second resolution that you have on the agenda is a resolution setting the fees for that application process. Most of the review will be done by the city's cannabis consultant, HDL, although there will certainly be obviously city manager time, city finance time, planning time, and legal time. All of that was calculated into the cost of the application fee. It is also, I just wanted to note, an application fee that is relatively lower compared to other jurisdictions. And that's primarily because there's only one hearing that needs to occur as part of the application process instead of the multiple public hearings that you might see in other jurisdictions. Finally, the third resolution is a resolution setting the tax rates for the operation of cannabis businesses in the city of Hemet. In 2018, the voters approved a cannabis business tax, even though cannabis businesses were not permitted to operate in the city of Hemet at the time. The tax rates are set as maximums, and those were set by the voters. So retail and others, the maximum rate is 15%. Manufacturing, the maximum rate is 25%, and those are both of gross receipts. And then cultivation is at $30 per square foot. If you compare those rates to other jurisdictions, they're pretty high. One could assume that because cannabis businesses were not permitted to operate within the city at that time, these taxes were set high because the city was going to go after the recovery of those taxes in addition to its other enforcement methods during that period. However, the voters also explicitly gave the city council the authority to lower those tax rates and then bring them back up in the future if you so desired. So like I said, you have those 3. I'm going to go into some detail. I just wanted to give you an overview first. Looking at the review criteria, Section 18509 of the Municipal Code authorizes the City Council to adopt by resolution the procedures governing the application process. Those application criteria were drafted by the city's cannabis consultant, HDL, and they were reviewed by myself. They were also reviewed by the police chief, the fire chief, and the community development director, since all of those departments were going to have portions to implement during the application process. The applications are going to be lengthy because they are expected to show a significant amount of information to the city to ensure that this business is going to operate well. It's going to be a benefit to the community. They're required to provide a business plan. This means they need to give a pro forma showing how they're going to operate for the next 3 years. They need to have a business operations plan, and they need to provide evidence of sufficient capital to actually carry out that plan. One of the things that cities have seen is people sort of sniping cannabis permits and then sitting on them because they don't have, they want to get the permit first, and then they go and get the money to implement the business. The city council's directive was that you wanted this industry to come to the community and thrive. And so one of the requirements is that if you're going to show up, we want you to be able to set up your business and get through the process efficiently. They need to have a labor and local enterprise plan. So we want to see how they're going to be good for the community. Are you going to be employing local people to work in this facility? Are you going to be interacting with other local businesses? How are you going to integrate into our community? And speaking of integration, section 3 is a neighborhood compatibility plan. So we know that we did, the city council did zone these for generally the airport industrial area, but we're still going to want to see, okay, are you going to be a good neighbor? How are you going to be a good neighbor? One of the biggest issues that we're likely to encounter if they do cultivation is odor. So we already require significant odor reduction methods through our ordinance, but we're going to want them to tell us, okay, how are you actually going to do it? They have to have a safety plan and a security plan. And that's primarily to make sure that we aren't going to be getting a lot of calls for fires at the manufacturing facility, robberies at the retail facilities. They are required to go through detail what their community benefits are going to be. So 300 points are allocated towards what are you going to do to go above and beyond to help the city of Hemet thrive. So that can be through volunteer activities. That can be through donations to local nonprofits. That can be in-kind donations or fees paid directly to the city to fund specific activities. And they would be required to enter into a community benefit agreement with the city before a permit is issued, so the city is able to enforce that commitment from them. And then finally, a review of the location itself. So we're going to want to see generally, although they're going to have to go through the entitlement process and go through site plans and all that, the city is going to want to see generally what is the location that you're at, what are your plans for the property, is this going to be a good project for the community. So long as an applicant meets a minimum score of 80% of the total possible points, so that's 1,600 total points, they will be issued a cannabis regulatory permit once it's been evaluated by HDL in phase 2 and then confirmed by the city manager in phase 3. Now that's just the beginning of the process. So you have a cannabis regulatory permit, great. You can't start operating your business that day. Now you've got to go over to HP's shop and say, I want to set up a business. I need to do the following tenant improvements. I may need to do some CEQA. We've got to talk about my parking issues, all the normal stuff that a regular business has to deal with. Then they can go over to community development, but they can't go there until they go through this process so that they know that their business has been approved. The permits that are going to be issued by the city manager are good for 1 year, and they need to be renewed annually. That is the application process. I can stop here or I can go through the next two. The next two are pretty straightforward in terms of the presentation, although I'm sure there could be some significant conversation about the tax resolution. All right, I'll just chug right along. The application fee is pretty self-explanatory. The ordinance says we need a fee. We want to recover the costs of processing people's applications. HDL went through what they're charging the city to review the applications, and they looked at the fully burdened rates of all the employees who are anticipated to participate. And they proposed a rate of $8,500 per application review, which again is relatively low when you compare it to other jurisdictions in our area. There is a $175 fee for a zoning verification letter. So this is something they need to do with planning before they even file the application. They need to go to planning and say, here's the parcel we're operating at, so that planning, remember, they can do that sensitive use check. They can do the zoning check. They don't want someone to spend $8,500 and all the time and energy to fill out an application if they're 2 feet inside of one of our sensitive use buffers. That would be pretty devastating, right? So they need to do the zoning verification letter first, and they also need to do the background check through the police department. And the idea is that those are 2 places where it's relatively easy for us to do an initial check to make sure that you are going to be able to meet the city's requirements. So essentially, if you're going to be disqualified for those reasons, you probably want to know as soon as possible for the least amount of cost. So applicants will go through both of those processes first, then they will put the application together and they'll file the application. The third item, now, the reason the third item is here is because our intent was to try to get as many council approvals that needed to get done at the same time, so we weren't piecemeal coming back meeting after meeting. This is more looking towards the future. So I anticipate once you've approved the application criteria, the city manager and staff will probably work for the next couple of weeks to get the website set up, get everything set up. They will announce the applications are open and they'll announce the tentative date for them to close. It's going to take probably 60 days to get through that application process at a minimum, maybe longer, because people need to put in a lot of work. They need to find property, things like that. Then there's the review process, and then there's the standard land use process. So I don't anticipate that we need the taxes approved immediately, but I did talk with HDL about it and asked them what the recommended rates were based off of the region's prevailing rates in these areas. Balancing both the desire of the city to raise revenue versus the ability to remain competitive, right? If our rates are significantly higher than other jurisdictions, it may not be an incentive to locate the business here and we lose out on all the revenue and job opportunities and other things. However, if our rate is too low, then the city's really not gaining much in the way of revenue from this. And I remember the city council in contemplating this action, one of the things that I think was a common theme among everyone's comments was, there is a financial incentive for the city here in terms of tax raising. So they attempted to balance that by setting the retail rate at 6%. The desert communities, if you look, are about 10. San Jacinto's at 10. Other communities are lower. So 6% was the prevailing that we're seeing a lot of jurisdictions coming out with now. If the council wanted to raise that, wanted to lower that, or wanted us to do perhaps more research, one of the things that we could do is actually do a survey of the surrounding communities and actually give you a table that says, here are the communities that have taxes and here's what their rates are. Manufacturing at 3, distribution at 2, cultivation at $7 per square foot. San Jacinto's at $10 a square foot for indoor cultivation. And then all other activities at 4% of gross receipts. 2 possibilities here. One, 3, you could approve it at the levels that we're recommending, or a different level that the council sets it out at this meeting. You could approve it and then ask for further study and consider maybe amendments in the future. Or 3, you could ask for further study and have us come back maybe with more information if that was desired. The last thing I would point out on the taxes, I did get a question about micro businesses. How are micro businesses going to be taxed? You didn't list micro businesses here. That's because these are by activity, and a micro business by definition is a combination of activities. So a micro business could be cultivation and retail. So how would we tax that? Well, we would say, okay, for your cultivation area, which is defined on your application, you're paying $7 per square foot or whatever amount the council deems appropriate. And for your retail activities, we are going to tax you at 6% of your gross receipts. Same thing if it's a manufacturing area and a retail area, or a manufacturing area and a distribution area, whatever the combination is, each of those activities will be taxed at the rates that are set in the resolution. And frankly, I believe that's probably the only fair way to do it. If we tried to create some kind of blended rate, for example, taxing the retail at a square footage basis, that would incentivize the creation of a very, very tiny retail space that could maybe do a lot of deliveries in business. So it treats all like activities the same, while acknowledging the fact that micro businesses, which is the only way in this community to do retail, do present the complication of having multiple activities. So that's the presentation. After seeing the tech issues we had with PowerPoint, I'm glad I omitted a PowerPoint. I thought I might need one, but now I'm glad I didn't. If there are any questions about any of the processes, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm sure you guys will have a discussion.
I have a couple questions. You said San Jacinto on retail was 10%. Do you know off the top of your head what the county is?
I do not know off the top of my head what the county is. But that, yeah, they would be our other sort of direct jurisdiction that people might be considering. that
County
one.
and San Jacinto, because I don't think anybody else, well, nobody else surrounds us. We're surrounded by.
So I don't know off the top of my head the county. I do know that the county raises revenue. They do. I know this because the council asked me to look into an application. The county raises revenue through a development agreement process. So they enter into a development agreement, much like the one we have that we were talking about with Tres Cerritos, with each cannabis location. And through that agreement, they extract community benefit fees, which when you look at the amount of fees that are being raised, they look really close to what you'd expect to see from a tax measure. So my expectation, although again, I'm speculating, is that the county does not have a tax, but rather is gaining revenue through its process, which requires a development agreement. You could, it would require substantial revisions to our ordinance. There are other considerations as well. You know, for example, ours is an annual regulatory permit. So if we have an operator that is causing significant problems in the community, we have the ability to revoke, terminate, or even not renew that permit. A development agreement is a legal entitlement to continue operating, and our ability to revoke that is much more limited.
Okay, so there's pros and cons to both of them.
Absolutely.
The other question I have is in your little list here of tax rates, and it's number 5, all others. What else others are there besides retail, manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation? I do know there's testing.
Testing.
And what else is there?
So one, we have a catch-all just because, you know, the state of California can always change their laws and
that's
create
true.
new categories of operations. Testing is the one that comes to mind, though.
Okay. Okay.
But we figured it was better to say all others, just in case something else comes up.
That's my only question so far.
Well, I guess just my initial reaction is I understand HDL has been around this topic for quite some time, and so I'm reluctant to be critical of their recommendations, but I'm concerned about the recommendations being substantially lower than what our city said. So, and I know we can always adjust, you know, based on what our experience is, but I think my preference would be to start out closer to what the rates are that we set at the outset and see what happens. And if you need to adjust down because we're not getting anybody showing any interest in the industry, you know, we could do an assessment of why not and adjust them down rather than coming in low and finding out that we're too low. And then we have to ratchet up. To me, it's always easier to come down. It's more attractive to come down than it is to have a sale price and come on in and okay, once we've got you, now we're going to ratchet it up. And then you have a situation where they don't renew at the end of the year. So that's kind of my first blush thoughts on the rates.
And if you were looking to maybe mirror your adjacent jurisdiction of San Jacinto, that would mean changing retail to 10 and changing cultivation to $10 per square foot. But if you wanted to go even higher, obviously that's something within the council's power.
I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
And I would even think, give them a reason to come to Hemet. I mean, make ours 9. Get a little incentive in there. I don't know if we need to send them back to get a study or if we just should just play with these numbers unless we don't know all of San Jacinto's. What about the comparison of application?
Oh, I don't know what their application.
Not
fee
the application, but like the fees and stuff?
for their application fee.
Mhm.
I don't know what their application fee is off the top of my head.
Because that would be another good comparison too, because it would be better to be a little under.
Well, and I think our application fee is under because it's not as complex as other ones. Is that what I heard you say?
That's
Stephen?
correct. Ours has significantly fewer steps because the council made that decision to basically, I think it's a very business friendly and objective standard. So there's a lot less hoops for them to jump through on terms of, public, a bunch of different applications.
So from that standpoint, you could say that we are being business friendly to attract the industry.
Oh, absolutely.
I think I'd be okay starting off with basically what our neighboring jurisdictions, San Jacinto, and I think we have to factor in the desert communities because people drive that Interstate 10 corridor and they've got electronic billboards and all of that enticing the business to go there. So I think we at least need to be cognizant of what their rates are. But I think first blush, if you look at retail, we're saying 15%. HDL said 6, but our neighbors are at 10. I'm okay at 10 because we've got the better, more attractive application fee.
This is
Right.
true.
And
So
the
it's a
other
trade-off.
thing, Mayor, if I could, is Councilmember Krupa is exactly right. The fee isn't intended to generate revenue. It's essentially just to cover the cost of staff, our consultant in doing the evaluation. So essentially, if we lower the cost, then what you would be having is the general fund subsidizing the cost for that process. So lower funds for other projects, lower staff time, those items.
And we can't go higher.
Right.
So
Right. You can recover your cost and that's it. And
Yeah, and I would never advocate for having an application fee that doesn't do full cost recovery.
So do we know the comparables on the other cities as far as the other activities of these 5 items?
So if the council wanted, for example, a survey to be done to give you that information on your other jurisdictions, can absolutely do that. I can tell you, I did review them, and my impression was it was about 10% was what I was seeing in Riverside County for retail. And I think that's the
yeah.
big one for us.
And I would be okay approving. I just don't know, like, what about manufacturing? What about distribution? What about the square footage? And so I would be okay approving this. What I would hate to do is approve this and then come back and change it once staff has the application process going and they're trying to get it online, because then it's deceptive to people. So if we can approve everything except the numbers on that last page, and then maybe next meeting, we can just have pick our numbers based on the research.
So we don't
We
need the
want like
taxes.
direct local,
We don't need the tax resolution approved today. It was mostly just trying to give you everything at once and also get the process started. If the council wanted to approve the first 2 resolutions, I know city staff probably has a bunch of work to do to get that all set up and ready to receive the applications. And we can bring back the research and an updated resolution on the taxes at the next meeting. So you know what those local.
Unless you guys
prevailing
know
rates are.
numbers that we could just plug in here.
Well, if we can do it at the next meeting, because that's also not fair if somebody is making an application and they look at what is currently,
Right.
well, of course, what we currently have is anything below 15%.
But what you currently have is 15%.
Yeah. So, if they look
It can
to
only
that.
get better.
So yeah, I'm okay with approving 2 of the resolutions and doing a little bit more in depth on the tax rates.
I think I'll just do a survey of every city in Riverside County. and the
Wildemar is
county.
starting up.
Yes.
And Lake Elsinore, Paris,
Put their application
Moreno
fees in there
Valley.
if you could.
Application
Then
fees.
that will show us, like Russ
Yeah,
said,
if we
that'll
can
show
get
us
a
the per.
cross section
Mhm.
of what all of their all of the surrounding cities.
We want to be
fees
able to
are.
answer, why are you coming to Hemet?
And I would just say that, in dealing with the industry, I mean, the tax rate is important to an extent, but I mean, that's paid by the person who's purchasing the cannabis products. I would say that if I was interested in starting up a business, the regulatory structure that this city council has implemented, I think is the most attractive feature. It is an opportunity. You have objective criteria. You know what marks you need to hit. And you know that if you meet those marks and you put it in the location that the council approved, you're going to get your permit. Whereas in other cities, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of politicking that goes on, and it makes for, making it hard, do I want to put this much money into
Yeah,
an
because
application
it's
here?
an investment.
Yeah. Whereas we're offering certainty. And I think that that's probably one of the things that is the most attractive. So, invest in
I'll
Hemet.
try a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve recommended action 1 and 2, that we establish a review criteria and cannabis businesses, and 2 being establishing application fees for commercial cannabis permits, and that we ask staff to come back at our next scheduled council meeting with a survey of surrounding jurisdictions that will help us set our tax rates.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Nice, Russ. Malcolm,
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
yes.
That motion passes 4-0 for the recommended motion.
Okay, next we will move on to city council and staff reports. Now, keep in mind, we have a special meeting after this that was noticed for 9 o'clock. So just be brief on what you need to talk about.
In the interest of time, I'll just say that the Western Community Energy Board meeting is tomorrow, and I have nothing more to report on those other items.
August is dark for most all of these things, so there is a water master meeting later on in August, and other than that, everybody else is dark, which has just been awesome.
Enjoying your summer. Nice.
I don't have anything as well.
I don't have anything as well. Ad hoc committees, look through your list, and if you have a report, then get them.
Yeah, Linda and I had a conversation. We would like to recommend that we postpone a study session on the council protocols until the vacant seat has been filled. I think it's only fair that we have a full 5-member council to review and do the study and adopt those protocols.
Time to add more things.
Or pare it down,
Okay.
Yeah, but I do
sounds
want to
good.
acknowledge and appreciate the city attorney's assistance in with this. He's come up with a lot of good suggestions, and we've made a number of adjustments and amendments to it. So it's gone through a number of iterations,
Okay,
and
so we'll leave it on here, but we'll just,
leave it on
That's
here.
target.
And our recommendation is that we bring it back for study session sometime after the special election.
Russ, ours isn't on here, but we're working on that. Our
Yeah,
attorney is not on
I
here.
don't see it on here, so city clerk, if we can add the ad hoc committee that the mayor and I are sitting on to review the RFP responses for city attorney service.
And there's also an ad hoc on Caltrans that Russ Brown and I are on.
Oh, yes.
Right.
An ad hoc for Caltrans liaison that Russ Brown and I are on. We'll update next time.
And just for the record, what I'm doing is I made notes when we got the initial proposals, anticipating that we were going to be discussing them sooner than later. And so what I'm doing now is going through my notes and going through the proposals and trying to put together a reasonable matrix for the ad hoc committee to try to compare apples to apples between all the different proposals. And I'm finding that to be quite challenging because there's a lot of different rate structures and billing proposals. So it may not be entirely possible, but I'm going to make my best effort for us to do something meaningful when we do meet.
Did Caltrans align all the signals yet?
Well, we had a really robust conversation about 2 weeks ago on Friday, and there's a number of follow-up items that are still outstanding. So I'll just leave it at that.
I can say that they did make the corrections to Warren in Florida, where that for the left turn pocket was only allowing 2 vehicles at a time, and it was causing significant traffic jams. It was all over social media, and I chimed in on a couple of times saying that talked with the engineer and they promised to address it. I've intentionally gone through there a few times recently, and it seems to be much better.
Maybe my comments about road rage.
And they've put new caution tape up on those things I sent you, on those big holes, those gaping gaps with rebar sticking out. It's always cool.
We told them to follow up on that too.
All sorts of caution tape. That's good. Safe. City manager report.
Nothing for tonight, Mayor.
Okay. The dreaded future agenda items.
Mayor, may I comment on
Yes,
future agenda?
sorry. Mhm.
So I did want to bring to the council's attention that number 2, vagrancy and panhandling laws. I will be sending the draft revisions to the police department and to the code enforcement division. And we expect to have a ordinance updating the city's, we actually went through and we just did that whole article since we were there. So it was panhandling, vagrancy, camping, all of it, because there are constitutional changes on all of them. I had a very good conversation actually with the LA City Attorney's Office because they have changed their tune and I wanted to get the songbook. So had a very good conversation with them. You'll be seeing that coming into play. And that will hopefully give the city enforcement officers, either police or code enforcement, the confidence that enforcing these is constitutional, and they'll know how to proceed in that way. Also, I had the pleasure of meeting with the Infrastructure Commission for the first time last month, and they have commented upon a city facilities naming policy that they will be coming to the city council likely in September as well. So those were the 2 that I had.
Excellent. The additions to the future agendas, guys? All right. With that, we will adjourn our meeting. And we will call to order the special meeting. Is there anybody here for public comment regarding our special meeting?
There are no registered public comments.
Okay, with that, we will take a 2-minute recess to use the restroom and meet upstairs. My job, sorry.